number 814 to order. As our tradition now goes, we'll open with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our beloved city, the Gold Coast. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Upstanding for National Anthem. Australians, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair. Okay. Well, councillors, we're all in attendance, and I welcome Councillor Castro coming in digitally, and the other part of the attendance, I want to make a special welcome our new CEO, Tim Baker, who's joined us for the first time, and looking forward, all of us, working with you. So, leave of absence is nil. Condolences. I have here Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much for the opportunity to move, regrettably, a late condolence motion today. Mr Mayor, I move that a motion of condolence be noted and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Tradioli family on the passing of the Italian ambassador to Australia, Her Excellency Ambassador Francesca Tradioli.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I think it was you who opened the door to the Italian community a few years ago now, and since that time the Gold Coast and the Italian community have come somewhat closer. So those Italians living on the Gold Coast look to us to recognise the passing of somebody who similarly brought our two communities closer together. Mr Mayor, Her Excellency the Ambassador was the Ambassador representing the Italian government in Australia. She had an important role representing the Italian diaspora and all the Italians who had come to this country to help make it a stronger, more entrepreneurial and more family-orientated place. Mr Mayor, the border restrictions had obviously frustrated a great many of Australians entering the country, but it also frustrated many expats living in Australia, seeing their family and reconnecting with their loved ones abroad. And very regrettably, after a long time away from Italy, upon her return, Francesca has sadly passed. And I know not only is the Australian-Italian community in mourning, but also the diplomatic community is in mourning here in Australia, because Francesca is a very well-regarded champion of human rights. And we know during these very troubled times, we need more people celebrating the dignity of the individual and ensuring that we all have the opportunity to live in genuine freedom. So on behalf, Mr Mayor, with the support of Council, on behalf of the City of the Gold Coast, I'd just like to reflect on her contribution to Australia, to the Italian communities, and let us hope that maybe we can deepen those ties with Italy as a lasting legacy for her contribution to this nation. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Peter Young?
Request my name be added to that, please.
Yeah. Add your name to it. Anyone else? Councillor Hamill? Good. Councillor McDonald? Okay. We move on to next item. Item 4, mayoral minute. There's 3. First one, councillors, I move that council grants the mayor a leave of absence from council meeting number 815 on 15th of March 2022. In the preamble, that I'll be on a mayoral mission to the UK. I was already approved by council, and obviously I can't be 2 places in one. I wasn't even sure whether I needed to put this to you, but I thought it's just easier to just put it on the record. Right, so I put it to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillor Tozer.
Just a question. When is the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham? When is actually being held?
This is not the Commonwealth Games attention. Birmingham, I think, is end of June, something like that.
Oh, Mr. Follow-up question. Will you be returning? When is there a handover
I think
process?
depending on the meetings, you know.
Okay, all right.
I'm catching up with Dame Louise, and you know, if there's a role for Gold Coast to play, I'll be bringing it back to council for consideration.
Of course.
Right. So move on to the next mayoral minute regarding the Firth Park Master Plan. Basically, councillor, this is a fantastic opportunity for us to get a master plan to include high performance training centre as well. So, councillor, I move that the scope of master planning works currently being undertaken at Firth Park, Mudgery Bar, be extended to include provision for a high performance training centre and at least 6 high performance playing field, with the source of funding being how many?
Your motion in front of us only says 1 additional high performance playing field. There will possibly be 6 in total.
It's 1 on mine as well. I'm just a bit dyslexic. Thank you. 1 high performance playing field. I think I'm getting mixed up with Pimpama. And with the source of funds being Division 9 local area works. And secondly, the $50,000 be provided from the whole of city local area works to fund the increased scope of master plan. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Tozer, you want to close?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to express my public support for this initiative of you to augment the already existing work that's being undertaken with that master plan. So my divisional funds has sought to do some of this preliminary master planning, and it's been identified that quite possibly the site has the capacity to deliver this high performance playing or training centre. The objective is that, you know, a young person from all over the city who might come to Firth Park to play netball or rugby league or bowls, or in the future AFL or cricket, might be able to see a pathway all the way through to the elite level of sport. And this high performance training centre is potentially something that could be delivered in some sort of built form. Whilst the area is a floodplain, the designer, Place Design Group, who the council appropriately and properly appointed, has lots of prior knowledge.
I have a conflict with Place Design.
Have you?
I do. I'll just leave the room while
Okay. All right.
Well, politely wait for... Yeah, sorry. Yes. You should read it into the record, Councillor Gates. I'm sorry. That wasn't intended.
I understand. Doesn't matter. Just pause for a minute.
Of course.
I don't think she has a conflict.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I didn't bring any of my documentation because I didn't have any conflicts today. So is there an old conflict declaration from Place Design, please?
Just take a seat for a minute.
Of course. So, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vossa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And through you to Councillor Gates. This is perhaps a similar situation to the engagement of Place Design in the development of the Ravenna City Parklands Master Plan. So perhaps you may ask for that declaration to be brought out because it may only require the tweaking of the park name.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No big deal. We'll wait. No. It's not a big deal. It's not a reflection on Councillor Tozer or you, it's a reflection on the current state government. So, you know, while... yeah, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Why they had to do all this, but hey. It's okay, people on live streaming, I'm sure they're going to get a cup of coffee and hurry back, so they won't miss anything.
First time I've never come with a folder.
Are you going to leave anyway, or
No,
what's it?
it's a declarable, not a prescribed. So,
So,
I'll stay in the room if the councillors
Yeah.
support my staying. If they tell me to go, I'll go. They used to have these.
no.
That's correct.
And when we did the master plan for Robina, you stayed, didn't you? No, it's the next one down. Donna wants to stay now. Next one down, yeah. Well, it's up to council to vote, but she stayed last time, so let's keep it consistent.
Do you want me to say a reason?
Reason for staying, you've got good reason?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had no contact with the officers over the redevelopment of Firth Park, nor with Place Design, and would like to stay in the room and participate in the decision.
All right, procedural motion, Councillor Peter Young.
I just wanted to ask a question if I might, because it's not on the record.
Okay.
What is that issue with Place? Are they appointed as the consultants in this regard?
Consultant, I think.
So until this mayoral minute, it was primarily a divisionally funded master planning project to advance the expansion of the Firth Park Sports Precinct. They have been appointed and have already undertaken some work over the last 6 months or so to do that master planning.
Right?
Does that answer the question? I don't want to
Planning
overdo it.
consultancy?
And if you take a motion, I'm happy to move it, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor. Procedure motion that Councillor Gates remain for the meeting for the reasons that the conflict is of a minor and remote nature, and Councillor Gates has had no involvement in the construction of the creation of the project to date. Yeah. And it's in the public interest for her to participate in the vote.
I'd second that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Okay, anyone want to speak against the motion? Okay, put to the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lumsden, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Macastro.
Okay, against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. So I go back to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No more consultant's name.
No, yeah, didn't fully think that through. That being said, they have been involved in the project for over 6 months, and it's actually a result of their comprehensive knowledge of the site due to helping previous clients they had investigate that site that has revealed that there might be a way to extract even more value for the broader community out of that site. That has also happened in conjunction with us having very preliminary meetings with Mr. Peters, who is our appointed person looking after the Commonwealth Games in 2032, who has, was interested in lots of different aspects of Division 9 and across the city, and the worlds are colliding, Mr. Mayor, and it's quite possible that a high-performance training centre on this site is both deliverable and a wonderful community benefit, and definitely the divisional funds that I've allocated and myself, we really appreciate your willingness to contribute an additional $50,000 to see this project come to fruition and deliver the best possible outcome for the city.
So with that, let's see if we can get some joint funding from the state level, since it's high performance, ready for the Olympics training. So let's get a shovel ready. Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. And could you record Councillor Donna Gates voting in the positive? Thank you. Right, so Firth Park's done, 4.3. Councillors, let me move the motion there. In accordance with clause 8.5 of Home of the Arts Constitution, Council resolved that Councillor Brooke Patterson be appointed as observer at meetings of the HOTA board for the duration of her term as a councillor. And 2, that the Mayor writes to the Chair and the CEO of HOTA, advising of Council decision to appoint Councillor Patterson as an observer to HOTA board, and seeking HOTA's consent for the city's CEO to attend HOTA board meeting with Councillor Patterson. Councillors, we're in the looking at the structuring of the HOTA board. They've done a wonderful job regarding the arts and culture part of it. With Councillor Patterson, she'll bring on a broader experience that is from sweating the assets and the finance side of things, and that would add tremendously to the board. I would want to also take this opportunity to thank Councillor Castro for his input over many years into HOTA. As we know, Bob is the cultural heart of and soul of our elected council, and he has provided invaluable advice to me in recent years as we have made the investment which has seen HOTA grow so amazingly. And Bob, thank you for that. And I'll ask anyone who wants to speak against the motion. Question, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, my question is through you to Councillor Patterson. The question is over the last 12 months or thereabouts, there's been some opportunities for us to speak about HOTA, and my personal view is that there's been some ideological differences between some of the things that HOTA have expressed interest in and your personal views. I wondered if you might speak to how you might seek to resolve those and contribute positively in spite of those ideological differences.
Thank you. I don't have an experience of being ideologically shifted or different to what's provided by HOTA. I'm very excited about the potential of HOTA, and I think what the Mayor's identified is that there's different skill sets required on our boards at different times. This is a role as a council observer, not as a council board member, and I will be there to observe. And I'll lean on my experience as a company director graduate, experience in governance, and with a background in finance. So that's what I'm bringing to that. In terms of what the arts may look like or specific projects, I don't think that would be a particular point for me to be bringing to that board, and that would be something for the full council.
Thank you. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I want to thank through you, Councillor Tozer, for asking that question. It certainly prompted my own one, which is this through you to Councillor Tozer. How then would Councillor Tozer describe the ideology of HOTA?
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Passionate about the arts, passionate about experimenting with varying different views. That's how I describe it. My intent was to give Councillor Patterson an opportunity, and quite rightly, to express her interest in the role, and I think she did that quite admirably.
Excellently. All right, councillors, no one speaking against. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. All right, we go to confirmation of minutes. Councillors, any corrections? Move for adoption. Councillor Owen Jones, seconder. Councillor Gates, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. Item 6. Well, first and foremost, Councillor Vorster and Councillor Castro and myself was at the Green Heart project. We're doing a video, and the opportunity to actually see right in the middle there how massive and wonderful this the lungs of our city is, and the 220 hectare section is it's going to be a fantastic asset. And as I spoke to Director Ewan and Councillor Vorster, that really the Robina Park is really stage 1 of the Green Heart, so we've really started it, and the next stage with this master plan being in place, with the CEO coming in, so that we can really look at the next stage and see how we can go. And you know, there's a road to be done there, a lot of infrastructure, and there's going to be, it will draw all the people who's out a bit further the opportunity to come and enjoy enormous parkland. And I say, because the heavy rail is right there in a walking distance, that this parkland is not just for the Gold Coast, it's for southeast Queensland. And now I hear that the state government is making the rail even faster north of Beenleigh. I think that it brings our park even closer to Brisbane. So with that in mind, I look forward to some joint funding here. And so with the federal election coming by, you know, what a great have I got a city deal for you. is really what I'm looking forward to. So it's going to be great when the video comes out. Looking forward to it, and I think it's going to be one of those long-term projects. This land was purchased well before I was mayor, so the long-term councillors should feel proud of your vision that you went ahead and acquire it for those many years ago. I can see Councillor Lacaster grinning there because he's one of his brainchild as well. So it's wonderful that we continue on this legacy to build the city. And I hear many times that our open space is 50% of the city, and we've got our growth corridor. You add this to it, and that's why we're maintaining our lifestyle. All right, so I'll move on to the next one. Mayor Safe the Suburb Forum. We had the honour to farewell Assistant Commissioner Brian Wilkins. He's been in the police force for 40 years, and ever since he was appointed to the Gold Coast, 2018, I don't recall Brian missing a Safe the Suburb Forum meeting at all. And he's always brought us the updated data, ideas that we work together with the QPS, and that's where a lot of the safety cameras was born. We get the latest on the homeless, local crime trends, graffiti. We air that together. So I know Brian will be retiring end of March, I think, from memory. And he won't mind me saying it. And he's bought a farm. I said, mate, are you a farmer? And he goes, no. I went, okay. Sounds like another adventure for him. So with that, I wish Brian all the best from our city and thank him for his input. World Boxing title fight on the Gold Coast, World IBF. We've got the Aussie boxer who's training here on the Gold Coast, Jai Opatai, and he'll be fighting the Latvian fighter Maris Brindis, and this has been 5 years since Jeff Horn fought Manny Pacquiao, and what I see is our reputation as an elite sport city continues to grow, and having world title fights here on the Gold Coast, and I'm hoping that this is one of many. So I said to Jai, we'll be in his corner, and that wish him all the best. I asked him, is it true that you've been fighting the last 4 years with a broken hand? And he said, yes, it's hard to have it heal while you're fighting. So I'm going, all right. How is it now? It's healed. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. And the other fellow, Marius, I think he's in the twilight of his career, but I wouldn't climb in the ring against him, of course. So it's going to be wonderful. I'm looking forward to that. You know, we got everything from ballet to arts to theatre, and why not world title fight on the Gold Coast? Official opening of the mega yacht berth at Southport Yacht Club. So pleased to see Councillor Patterson, Taylor, Corwell, Pauline Young, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Owen Jones was there. I think there was about 600 members there as well. So to see this joint funding, have to give credit to the state government to come along and joint fund, and it's called Mega Yacht Berth, and what that means is the super yacht is for boats that's 30 metres in length. Mega yacht is 50 metres in length, and above 80 metres is giga yacht. I didn't know all that until Brett told me, and I said, why didn't you call it the giga yacht berth? He said, we're a bit humble on the Gold Coast, we just go mega. So it's great, and on the day I think we had three mega yachts there already start using it, and it looks like they're coming. they're coming not just for to the Southport Yacht Club. There, at the end of the day, they're coming to go to Coomera Marine Precinct to get any maintenance done. So it's a whole package for the yacht industry, and I see this marine industry economy growing further. So it'd be good to go. Question.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to say congratulations on this, because I well remember you being with you when you took this opportunity to the former Minister Kate Jones, and very persuasively asked for a 50% share of the funding, and from my recollection it happened fairly easily. So recognising the economic benefit not just for our city but for the region in bringing the super yachts here. So it's a great outcome. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there to celebrate, but well done.
Okay, all good. Right, next one then is the Broadbeach Community Precinct Redevelopment. Councillor Pauline Young joined me there at the Broadbeach Community Precinct, not just a little small section of Albert Waterways Community Centre, but we're building the whole precinct, $14.8 million, and it's more than just a facelift. We're going to have so many community being there. It will enhance our library there, and really it's a perfect spot to be in, really in the middle of our city. We've done a lot of community centres, and this deserves it there. Don't know who turned off this thing, but all right. Clean Up Australia. Yeah, and this from the 1st to the 6th of March. There's 3 different days: community days, business days. Check the council website. Last year, as a city, we collected 326 tonnes of rubbish, and 6 of those, Councillor Worcester did it himself, and was collected for a record of 148 sites. So have a look at that, and the good thing is that you don't have to take it to the tip. Well, each of these locations, 148 of them, our trucks will be there to pick it up and take it to the tip. So it's really a teamwork to do. Fully recommended. Next one's Community CCTV Alliance. Councillor Tozer, you want to add to that? You were at the press release with me, because a lot of that was your idea from the Safety Forum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as much as any politician would want to claim credit for an idea, I really want to acknowledge the residents in Varsity Lakes who contacted me when they made an attempt to register their CCTV cameras with the Queensland Police Service. And what they found is that they couldn't. If they'd lived in Kingaroy, they could do it, but if they lived in Varsity Lakes, they couldn't. They drew that to my attention, and as you said, Mr. Mayor, I ran with it. I contacted the Police Minister and I asked whether this could be extended to the coast, and the Police Minister sought your input appropriately, of course, through the Mayoral Safer Suburbs Forum. We endorsed it there, subsequently endorsed it by Council, and at this point we can all own some of the success here, Mr. Mayor, because the state government saw reason and just the other day announced that the Community Camera Alliance would be rolled out here on the Gold Coast, beginning with Yatala and Varsity Lakes. And hopefully after a 6-month trial, Mr. Mayor, we'll be able to see that program rolled out in every community on the Gold Coast. Now, why is this so important? Well, Mr. Mayor, we know that we've got a growing city. We know that police resources are under pressure. And if there's something that we can do as a community to allow the police to allocate their precious time more efficiently, we absolutely have to do it, because it would mean that our city would be safer. The Community Camera Alliance allows all of us, when we're approached by residents who are concerned about crime, to encourage them to register their CCTV cameras with the police. So when there is antisocial behaviour, when there is crime, police can bring up a map, contact people with evidence directly, and they can be kicking down doors rather than knocking on doors asking for footage. I believe that this is an absolute game changer, and I think, Mr. Mayor, you and I had both had the same take on this. It will effectively allow us to build Australia's largest neighbourhood watch, where everyone who's got an interest in keeping their streets safe can put their cameras to work and ensure that evidence that is collected doesn't linger on a hard drive, but actually sees the light of day in a court. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for your support of this. Obviously, it needed to be prosecuted through the Safer Suburbs Forum. And I think this would be a great encouragement to us all that when an idea has merit, we can get wins with the state government. And this will be a major win for the Gold Coast.
Councillor Peter Young.
A statement and a question, if you don't mind. Firstly, to congratulate Councillor Vorster in particular for his efforts in pursuing this outcome. I think it's a tremendous thing, as he said. And I just wanted to say I'd raised this with residents of the Pacific Pines Residents Group a couple of times, and there's keen interest from the people in those sorts of areas. So we were a little bit disappointed to see that it was just rolling out to 2 areas. But Councillor Vorster just mentioned that it's likely to be a trial of 6 months and then possibly expand. So my question is there anything further he can add to that, or yourself?
No, the commissioner picked those 2 areas. The police picked them to say that they want to do Yatala because it's light industrial, and residential, well, they pick Robina and Varsity. So was their call on that. Then the question was asked, after 6 months, all things goes well, can we roll out the rest? And I would say any areas is full of interest, we should give them a list of priorities. Together with the police, they'll do a priorities rollout. So I'd say to your community, give it 6 months, and that and I mean, as chair of Safety Quorum, send me your email on that, and I'll start working with the police now to let's assume that it's going to work, and let's do a priority list for our city. Councillor Tozer.
Yeah, follow-up question. Just anecdotally, I'd heard from maybe a Neighbourhood Watch contact that in consultation with police, they had said that whilst they're not necessarily monitoring suburbs outside the Yatala or Varsity Lakes precinct, you could jump online and you could actually register your address even though it wasn't necessarily part of the network. Can I confirm that anecdotal is correct or not?
Councillor Vorster will add to that.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The form currently only permits cameras registered in Varsity Lakes and Yatala to be registered, and without delving into police operational issues, which I won't, what I will say is that the back office needs to be prepared to receive those registrations. So the best thing that we can do is to support the trial in Yatala. I'm doing this between Don and Mark. Support the trial in Yatala and support the trial in Varsity Lakes. And as Mr Mayor said, the Commissioner made it quite clear, if these 2 suburbs are a success, it will be Gold Coast wide after 6 months.
I'll add to that is that there is CCTV app, the police one, that you can download. Let's say you saw a hoon and you took a video of it. Through that app, you can upload your footage straight to the police. So that app's available now. So for those residents going, well, I can't wait for the trial to get here, I recommend that you download that app from App Store, and you can have it on your phone, and if there's something there, take a footage of it and then upload it. All good. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just another area I think that should be looked at. I raised this a number of years ago with the police because I was also having residents come to me in regards to it. One of the things that came out of it was the type of camera, because I know some of the cameras that people put up on their homes, they don't have clear images. I did go to the police, but they couldn't advise what type of camera, so maybe that has to be looked at. I mean, I'm not quite sure how much it takes to, outfit a home and the cost of it, but I'm sure that some of the images are much better than others.
That's a very good comment. Also on the police website, you can download the the specification and that they can suggest of how to upgrade your camera and what camera works the best to tie it in with the police. And Councillor Vorster, you might have more on that.
Look, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, Reece Wildman, our acting superintendent, chief superintendent, remarkable officer, along to this press conference, he brought a home safety checklist, which is something that's available for anyone to download off the QPS website. And included in that, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor McDonald, includes advice around what people should be looking out for camera-wise. The police, like local government, can't specify particular products and brands, but it will lead you to those cameras that will produce the vision with the highest evidentiary quality. Mr Mayor, one of the great things about these cameras nowadays is they feature black infrared blasters, which allow you to illuminate very dark scenes in high definition without creating that kind of red glint that you might see, which would basically reveal that you have the cameras in the first place. So all of that advice and guidance is provided in that free home safety checklist, which we can all share with our communities through the QPS website.
Okay. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in response to Councillor McDonald, I won't mention the provider, but my staff have both recently bought CCTV systems for $300 for their homes. And I rise to mention it because one of them was away on the weekend and you get an alert on your phone if there's any movement around the house. She saw someone with a knife around the back of her house, and to the credit of the police, I think she was onto them within 6 minutes, and within 14 minutes they had been to the home. And when all the floodlights went on, the fellow took a run and dropped his mobile phone. They brought a dog, and within 14 minutes they had captured him. So there's a definite benefit in exploring putting that sort of system in your house, and it's not that expensive.
Very good. Okay. All right. Was going to make it short and sweet, but I think it was important really when it comes to safety to look at that. And the next item, Destination Gold Coast host us a luncheon, and they gave us an update where domestic and international borders, the reopening there. It's perfect timing to understand some of the plan for those sectors. But what I found interesting to meet new executives that they've have online there, and to see what roles, who's doing what, and it gives me more confidence that we are going to claim back our both domestic and international tourists to of that pre-COVID numbers. And how quickly we're going to do that is really the task at hand. And already, I think we've already had 3 Scoot planes come in, so it is very encouraging. And when I'll keep watching it, I know that they're talking about if I do a Merrill mission to one of those countries and things, we'll do a joint trip on that. So the Gold Coast is going to bounce back. I have absolute confidence, as all of you do, on the new CEO of Destination Gold Coast. Go Trish. Next one, went to say hello to Baz, and at his studio, basically, those two are young Gold Coasters, and they're actually doing the social media for Baz Lohman, and it's wonderful that local employment and all Baz's comment in the media today and the bulletin and all that resonate. He's telling his fellow producer and that the Gold Coast is the place to be for post-production. So if there's if there's other infrastructure to be done and all that, I think that's another chink in our armour to expand the film and television industry. I was pleased to get he gave me a mask. It says taking care of business. That's what Elvis basically was renowned for. And I hear the mask mandate's going to go, so I won't be able to. Got to start wearing it for a couple of days, and then off we go. The last bit, we had a corporate plan yesterday. I just want to put to you a couple of things, and I already had my few words to our CEO. Basically, our corporate plan from the last year or the year before, it's not that far off the mark if you look at the way our cities has achieved overall, city leaders and all that sort of stuff. So I said, look, it's not like you need to start from scratch. It's we've got a lot of successful stuff proven by broadening our economy and we're moving forward, and with Tim's input, we'll achieve even more. But I just want to give you a slight input from my travels, or when I speak to people, when I've got that inspired by lifestyle, driven by opportunity, right underneath my mayoral title. And I could say to you that it doesn't matter if they're in the Middle East, in China, or even Sydney or Melbourne. I've had tremendous feedback from that in Arabic, when they translate that, it's almost like a poem to them. It flows like a poetry. So basically, Dubai said to me that if you ever want to give that up, can you please gift that to us and we'll use it? And I'm going, yeah, thank you for the vote of encouragement. And in China, I don't know, it's the same sort of thing. So all I'm saying is that just think it through. That's my real input from being out there, and how that came about or whatever. If you can come up with something better, well, looking forward to that. But I would say when I looked at some of the other cities that put up, and Adelaide, the most livable city in the world. Good on you. You know, and a few others as well, which I don't want to read it out because it's a little bit way below par of ours. So, you know, the city of Hobart, you can read it yourself. It won't fit on the card, and I did mention to our CEO, and so the list goes on. So what I'm getting at, okay, Melbourne, I can put a bit of thing on them. Where the world meets and the extraordinary happens, but not during lockdown. That's what, not during lockdown. So anyhow, it's a good start. We've started with that, and looking forward to next stage, Mr. CEO, on the corporate plan. Councillor, I move that my mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second, that Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Bob, did you put your hand up? Unanimous. Thank you. Clarification, I think there's none. Business arising from the minutes, councillors, I think that's none. Presentation. Any presentations, anyone? No? Okay. We're up to item 10. Conflict of interest declaration. None. Reception of council committee minutes, there's none. Consideration notice of motion, none. Question on notice, none. We're up to 14. Petitions. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in receipt of a petition which is seeking to install a zebra crossing in on Lavelle Street across Narang Street from Lavelle Street to Bischoff Park. Mr. Mayor, the petition has been considered duly made, and therefore I seek that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.2, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The printed recommendation is for Council to receive a petition and it refers to the appropriate committee for consideration report. However, I propose the Council resolve not to receive the petition on the following basis. In the context of the Curra Beach trial, Council is already considering general merits allowing beach bars on in the city. Following the trial, a further report will be presented to Council addressing these issues, such as I'm comfortable that these issues are already being adequately considered by Council. And the petition is also proposing Council make a decision to disallow all beach bars on the city beaches after the Curra Beach trial. This type of overreaching decision on a discretionary matter is not appropriate and best dealt by Council on a case-to-case basis. We've got about 3 weeks to go, and I know there's interested parties that's got a lot of interest, but there's two people that are out there. There's one that have got concerns with the trial, and there's obviously people that do like the opportunity of this as a future offering to the city. So it's really important that this process does go through. We receive feedback from all parties so that the officers can come back with the appropriate report accordingly.
Yeah. Can you give the motion in case there's... Is that it? Is that the motion? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I have a procedural motion. I have a conflict here that I realised just yesterday when I received a text from Mrs Spain, who's the chief petitioner, and... oh,
you got a declaration. You're
yes,
not doing a motion. Okay.
So I won't participate in the discussion on this matter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seconder? Councillor? No? All right. So moved by Councillor Taylor. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Question, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When is the report on the current trial due to come back?
Elton.
At the end of the trial.
No, need just...
Mr Mayor, it'll probably be about 6 weeks after the cessation of the trial.
Okay, so 2 months.
And so, but in 2 months' time, we'll be dealing with effectively all of the issues that have been raised by the petition. So whilst Councillor Taylor's motion is to refuse it, we're just not duplicating it. So the report will deal with it. And I suppose what I'm interested in knowing through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, will the officers in preparing the report at least give some consideration to the petition items?
Not if you're not receiving it, but I'd say just give the information, but not formally. They've got 2 bites.
Which is the same thing, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ideologically, I always want to support a petition. I don't quite understand why we would not receive it if we are already going through the process and we can effectively, it's already said that it's duplicated, we're not doing any additional work, but it's presenting that report. It would just be the presenting of the report in 2 formats, one in a report to us and one in a response to a petition.
My response to that is that looking at a petition, they have the avenue and the opportunity to do a presentation in the consultation process that they don't want it. And with what Councillor Taylor is saying, that this gives them added highlight of the one voice becomes 2 voices. That's the reasoning. Right. Anyone else want to speak against? Councillor Taylor, you want to close?
Thank you, and thank you through the chair. Look, it is important to understand that we don't double up on our resources in the city. We understand that this trial is out there for everyone to give feedback. We're not quite finished the trial at the moment. I believe everyone has the opportunity to submit their concerns or submit their support for this particular trial. And it's important to understand that as a city, we should take each opportunity case by case. So by this petition's actually talking about us not allowing beach bars in the future. I think this actual trial at the moment will go through the whole process of understanding where it is and As I said, it's not to say that we're not accepting it. My belief is we're currently doing the body of work at the moment to ensure that we get the right outcome for the city.
Okay. Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you ask, who's there? Chris, can you get Councillor Peter Young return? Or Joe then? Got longer legs. Okay, we go to 14.3. Councillor Bowden Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in receipt of a petition to make permanent and expand the beach access program at Eandipple Lagoon in Labrador. I'd like to move that the petition requesting Council to expand the beach access program at Eandipple Lagoon, Labrador be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and report to Council.
Seconder, Councillor Vorster. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. General business. Homelessness and housing supply. Council, basically, I had no reply from the letter written in the past. This is basically escalating it for the Mayor to write to the Premier. Someone like to move that? Move Councillor Owen Jones, a seconder. Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Turn over the page. Other business. So, first one, we'll deal with lifestyle and community. Based on that, Councillor, any items there you want to deal with first? Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions on item 16.2, please.
16.2.
And this relates to the management of trees on council land. And I simply wanted to ask a question about the consultation that's been undertaken in regard to tree removal where necessary, and whether there was any contact initiated with Gold Coast Water. And my reason is that I've been aware over time of many situations where the roots of trees have interfered with our infrastructure, and the problem that arises if a tree is healthy and there's a decision not to remove it. And I know that there was one recent situation where it cost the ratepayers a lot of money to finally remove a tree where there was a burst water main. So I was just interested that there's no consultation listed, and I wondered whether any was undertaken with Gold Coast Water so that better consideration could perhaps be given to cases where a healthy tree might need to be removed, given that we've got 800,000, I think I read in the report.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just to provide a little bit of comfort to Councillor Gates, the reason why we have an opportunity to consider revised policy today is because Council resolved to bring forward a review, and during that time I've met with city officers in my capacity as Chair to provide a bit of anecdotal feedback, I suppose, collected in consultation. Mr. Mayor, just to respond to Councillor Gates and provide her with some comfort, I'm familiar with the tree that you're talking about, whose root system caused that damage, and having consulted with the Director for Gold Coast Waste and Water and Energy, I think it's now called, I was interested to learn that that tree was not previously identified as having been a risk, and there was no suspicion that its roots would cause a risk whatsoever. So very difficult to establish the risk that that tree may have created in that instance. But having had a chat with both Director Ewens, Director Heaton and Director Twine, what we've suggested, if given the opportunity, is to actually move an amended recommendation which would add two things. First of all, it would add that Council note that the revised management of trees on council-controlled land policy provides for negotiated outcomes where the subject tree cannot be abated or remedied to avoid genuine nuisance or liability, as outlined in section 4.2, and where the interference is determined as substantial and unreasonable. So what that proposed change does is it highlights something that the policy already allows for, and that is for us to go in and replace a tree when there's a genuine risk, even though it might be healthy. It also, Mr Mayor, proposes to add this, that a further report be brought forward to the Lifestyle and Community Committee providing further guidance on the management of trees around critical transport and water infrastructure. So, on the issue of consultation, I have consulted with 3 directors. We've agreed to this form of words, and if it is carried by committee, it should address the very concerns that Councillor Gates has. But in direct response to her question, it wasn't a known risk at the time.
Okay, so is that replaces the recommendation?
It adds 2 additional parts, Mr Mayor.
All right, could you make that 3 and 4, minute taker? That's the... yeah, can I just finish? Okay. Right, Councillor Gates?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Vorster. That's, in my view, a very good outcome. I wasn't specifically speaking of the recent incident, although the officers had a different view about whether that tree had been identified as a risk. But moreover, just the general ratepayer who often phones the council over interference with their water supply and the damage that's being caused from roots. So this adequately resolves it, so thank you.
All right, good. So we have a mover, Councillor Vorster. Councillor Bowden-Lumsden?
Question, Mr Mayor.
I'll second
Question.
it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Gates, second that motion.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Mayor. My question actually related to 4.2 as well, and similar to Councillor Gates's point, just about the line around nuisance and liability. I'm sure it's common in a lot of the divisions, but regularly have residents raised for tree removal because of damage to the property, generally the roofs and gutters and that sort of thing. Just wondering if a council officer's gone out, inspected, decided it's not in best interest to remove the tree. I personally don't want to see trees removed for those reasons. Part and parcel, I believe, living near a tree. But just how does that leave us in terms of liability if we've had someone assess that there's no risk and then further damage is done?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor. In section 4.3 of the policy, it talks about negotiated outcomes. So where a proposed tree removal does not meet the criteria of 4.1, which is all the reasons you mentioned before, where the subject tree cannot be abated or remedied to avoid genuine nuisance or liability. So it's a definition on the genuine nuisance or liability. That's when our arborists are able to make a determination as to whether there's a genuine nuisance or potential future liability. And in those cases, we will, make a determination based on those factors, but it needs to be a genuine nuisance or potential liability. Yep.
Councillor Tozer.
Is there any obligation in the policy for when this occurs, perhaps through a customer service centre as opposed to a divisional office, that the divisional councillor be made aware that a tree is to be removed?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if a tree is to be removed, whilst not prescribed in the policy, we would, if it's a significant tree, which by the definition 600 at 1.4, we would notify the council's office. Yeah.
Okay, so recently there was a tree removal in Mudgeeraba, a very significant tree on the Franklin family farm. That happened yesterday. And one of the things that the residents notified me about is that they weren't notified. These trees were magnificent large old figs that I have no doubt had some rot issues and they were probably impacting water infrastructure. I don't debate that we should have removed them, but I think, it makes sense for us to do a better job of communicating when those sorts of trees are removed. Whilst I expect that I may have been notified that they were going to be removed, the residents were not, and they came home one day and I've had children in tears and parents in tears, and we need to do a better job in that space. So if this policy doesn't yet address how we do that, I would recommend that we either incorporate that or make that a separate matter in relation to Parks communication to residents about matters. It doesn't have to be part of the policy, but
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And, I'm sure all of us have been confronted by the unexpected removal of a tree. I think what's important, though, is for us to narrow our focus, and that is on the management of trees on council-controlled land. And to give Councillor Tozer some comfort, we've recently adopted a new community consultation policy, which has a continuum of possible engagements with the community. And when there is high risk, reputational risk, for example, it is incumbent on the organisation to respond with an information piece or alert. So I think we definitely have that policy or that framework in place. I suppose it's just a matter of city officers responding to that. I know I've seldom had a tree on public land removed without being notified. The team do a great job at doing that. I'm happy, and maybe the Mayor too, to have a chat with the Director around city officers having regard to that community engagement policy, but we already have it.
Okay. So anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 16.1, anyone there? Put the recommendation up. Okay, someone like to move that? Councillor Vorster, second to Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 16.3. Put the motion up. Councillor Vorster. Move. Seconder. Councillor Taylor. Anyone want to speak against? Put it to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 16.4. Any declaration there first up? All right. This is got to be in the closed session. So commercial and confidence. Someone like to move? We go in the close. Councillor Vorster, second to Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. Welcome back, viewers. Right, we now have a procedural motion moved by Councillor Peter Young, seconded by Councillor Tozer. The description is on the screen. And can you put the motion on the screen so it will save us from reading it? Okay, it's there. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Joe?
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barlumpton, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Oh, sorry. Councillor Castro. Knew I'd forget you at some stage today.
Yeah, and my, what big hand you got. Look at that. Right, okay, and Councillor Gates did not vote. The motion carried. Okay. Well, can you want to ask questions or go to close or what, Councillor Forster?
Mr Mayor, I'd love the opportunity to continue my contribution that was interrupted by the declaration.
Okay. Do you want to do open or close?
I think close is appropriate.
Okay,
Mr Mayor.
so you'll move procedural
please.
motion to close. Seconded, Councillor Pauline Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Live stream off. Right. Streaming on, I go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be careful. I know we've had a closed session on this item, so I will try not to veer into anything that pertains to any costing or anything like that.
Okay, I'll just say that the motion's on the screen, so you're going to have to scroll a little bit more so it's all on. No, the other way. Yeah, all right. Councillor Vorster, you're still seconding?
Very happy to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you go first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's quite obvious now with all the research that's been done by the officers, and I commend them. They've put a lot of options forwards and they've spent a lot of time with this item. But it's quite evident that we don't have a viable option put forward to restore the current Kira Eagle, which is really upsetting, but it's a reality. That being said, I believe and I think that my community, and not only my community, I think the council should feel an obligation then to support a replica of that Kira Eagle be manufactured and put on top of Kira Hill. It has stood there for some almost 40 years. The heritage significance of that is undeniable. And I say that because I know of all the photos that people take. I know that Destination Gold Coast use it in their tourism marketing. It overlooks an iconic surf break at Kira. And Kira is renowned for supporting its heritage. We had a shed on Kira Point, for instance. It was replicated. It's now been heritage listed. We have, on top of Kira Hill, we have the community centre, which has got heritage status. It's a very important area. It's our point of difference in Southern Gold Coast, Mr. Mayor, for all of tourists coming to the Gold Coast can go up and have a look. It really is different to the rest of the Gold Coast, and that's why people should go to the north, should go to the middle, should go to the south. We've all got our points of difference. We've all got our iconic areas and our iconic structures. So I am asking councillors today to support me in replicating our Kira Eagle to be put up on top of that hill. The space is there for it. I really want your support on this, and I think for all the flack that council received over the Yatala lights, we will receive the same flack for not replicating our Kira Eagle. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Gates. You have a foreshadow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did move a foreshadowed motion, which was...
you're moving it now.
I thought it had been replaced with Councillor Owen-Jones' foreshadowed motion, Mr. Mayor, which was agreed while we were in closed session. I won't speak to the foreshadowed motion. I'll speak to the motion because I can't speak to a foreshadowed motion, but Councillor Owen-Jones will obviously move it. I stand reluctantly to speak against the replacement of the Kira Eagle. Councillor O'Neill mentioned the Yatala lights, and I very well remember the community outrage when we have traffic jams on leaving your driveway, that we would spend the amount of money that we did on that piece of artwork. And I'd have to say it was never a loved piece of artwork such as the Kira Eagle, but the fact is that the Kira Eagle is no longer able to be safely displayed. The report tells us, and I know it's confidential, but it can't remain in the public domain in its current condition due to safety concerns. So because of the ownership of the intellectual property, council can't just take a decision to put a replacement similar in place without having the beneficiaries or the lady, the partner of the artist who has passed away, give her approval. And I understand that there was a requirement for an exact replica to be created. Unfortunately for me, the costs associated with that and with the entire process are more than I can support at this point in time. I would love to see at some point in time recognition of the sculpture and its significance to the community and the fact that it did celebrate the Coolangatta centenary. There's much to be said in support of having enjoyed that piece of art over 40 years, but I just simply can't support going through the process necessary to create a replica with the conditions that we understand can be applied. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion.
Okay. Speaking for, Councillor Taylor.
If we get that far.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I am going to be supporting the current recommendation. One of the things that we spoke about yesterday in our workshop is our city is changing. And a lot of our residents that's been here for a long time are having trouble with that change. And one thing that we can do for our community is ensure that we recognise pieces of art, sculpture, anything that gives that pride in the community. Now, we may have a conversation about a part artwork that's in one part of the coast and other community members at other parts of the coast may not have a affiliation with. But one thing we will be doing by actually replacing this is actually saying to our community, if there's something that has been part of our history and is a part of our area, we will continue to support and ensure that heritage is maintained. So it's really important that history is maintained where we can. It's important that they understand this city is changing and we will continue to change, but we always remember where the roots of this town started. It started with the community and it started with business, and we need to ensure that we remember that when we make decisions moving forward. So based on that, I will be supporting this current motion.
Councillor Jones, you want to move your foreshadow?
So yes, Mr Mayor, I do have a foreshadowed, but I'm just actually interested in what number 7 says for the... No, number 7 in the actual motion. So I think that those words might need to be corrected, Mr Mayor.
It said will be decommissioned in accordance with the public art policy.
Good pickup, Councillor Jones. Just on that, Councillor Neal, you happy with that? Yes. Okay. Councillor Jones, you want to speak against the motion or move the foreshadow?
I'm not too sure if, so at the moment, Councillor Gates had it
No,
initially...
that's not there.
Okay, so...
That was just discussion in the close. The real foreshadow is yours.
So if we could show the real foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor.
On the screen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And clearly, if we get to that point in the conversation, we'll be talking to that. It was ultimately designed to try to meet some of the broader community expectations in regards to the city's investment in public art, and it's always an issue that people can get very emotional about very quickly, and it's also the city's made it quite an art form in making it a very expensive thing for us to be involved in. So I think that we're all aware of the Red Star that was a gift from the state out of the Commonwealth Games. I think it came at a price of some $450,000, and the challenge that we have as a city is when we present those type of numbers to our residents, they wonder whether or not we are really delivering value for money. So in speaking against Councillor O'Neill's motion, I'm very cognizant of the fact that the residents of Kira have got an emotional attachment to the Rusty Chook, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that the residents of the broader Gold Coast have an emotional attachment to their rates that they pay to fund these type of things. So we had a discussion several months ago in regards to the officer's original recommendations, and we as a council made a decision to at least look at whether or not the rusty chook could be restored. My understanding from the conversation that we've had with city officers is that there's at least 2 engineers' reports that confirm that is not to be, and I think the officers had said that those reports could also at some point be made public, because I think that would help bring the residents along the journey in regards to the structure and whether or not it had been cared for or hadn't been cared for. But I think the harsh reality is that 40 years ago, a steel structure was placed on a headland in a weathering environment and has reached the end of its life. And what we've had to grapple with as a council is the challenges of replacing that. So the original recommendation from, I think, November 2019 or 2020 had been that we just acknowledged the previous artwork that had been there, put a plaque up and move forward. We as a council said, well, what else could we do? Personally, I don't think we have quite arrived at where we should have. We, as a council, committed to funding $150,000 in the Sea Eagle sculpture removal project, and that's funds that were allocated. The recommendation from Councillor O'Neill, which I'm speaking against, talks about Table 2, which is a confidential list of costings, which is in addition to that 150. And Mr Mayor, I think that there's a balance which we have to strike, where we have to maybe let go of replicating the piece of art that was there and look at other opportunities that could exist, whether or not it's a different piece of sculpture or commissioning something new in its entirety. Still acknowledging the fact that we as a council made a decision to allocate $150,000 towards a public art project. I just can't, in all consciousness today, support the idea of increasing that substantially through the proposed motion of Councillor O'Neill.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Vorster, as you can recall in close, during question time, you actually made a speech. So if you can add to that, instead of repeating it, would be greatly appreciated.
Regretfully, Mr Mayor, that doesn't offer me the opportunity to put a contribution. At the moment, a decision is being made, and for the public benefit, so I must sit down.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I realise that this debate has probably come to talk about public art rather than heritage, and I think that's an incorrect assumption to make. I think the points that I've made earlier on when I opened debate, that we do really have to protect the heritage that we have in this city because we still are a young city. I think they're relevant. So to reduce it to a debate about public art or even the cost of public art, I think would be incorrect. I think that we as councillors like to represent our communities and the heart of our communities. And it's not only Kira, Councillor Owen Jones, it's like I have never seen a response to Northern councillors' Facebook posts coming out in support of the Kira Eagle like I saw recently. It was heartwarming to me. It proved to me that I'm standing up here doing the right thing, not only for my community, but for a lot of the Gold Coast community. So I, again, would ask that the councillors support me on this. I wouldn't be standing here. And I think we should look at cost saving. Of course we should, for anything that we do. I'm all for that. And there's a lot to play out in that field, I'm sure. But I think that the Kira Eagle needs to fly again, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor, debate's closed. So I'll call division. And so I put this motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Councillor Castro, did you get him?
Oh, Councillor Castro.
Okay, against?
Councillor Tate, Councillor Gates, Councillor Bartley Lumsden, Councillor Owen Jones.
Okay, motion carried. Right, next item, Palm Beach Aquatic Centre. On that, yeah, there's 5 against. Yeah. Okay. On the next item is the Palm Beach Aquatic Centre. You want to just give us a little update? Do we need to go to close for the update, or?
Mr. Mayor, it depends on how much detail you want to go in. If you want to get into the detail about the costing, then we should go into closed.
I see. All right. Councillors, do you want detail, or do you already got it? Any questions and all that? Councillor Gates.
I'm just interested if, without mentioning numbers, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we can find out where the savings were made.
Okay.
Yes, you, Mr. Mayor. Since the report was originally tabled pre to Christmas and deferred to this meeting to allow further discussions with value management with the Mayor, there was a few further conversations and engagements there and an agreed process with the Mayor to go forward. We've also had an opportunity to have the managing contractor do further work in that space, and as reflected in Table 1 of the report, there has been some adjustments since the report was provided to you in November, heading in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a few changes of scope, but it doesn't deter the use, you know, so that's the good part. Councillor McDonald, would you like to move this? Move, I'll second it. Would you like to speak on it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the input that you've had in this particular project. It's a project that the people of the Southern Gold Coast have been waiting many, many years for. We've had Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid till the Band-Aids didn't work anymore. And so, you know, this is going to be a great asset for the city and especially for the Southern Gold Coast. So, and I'd ask councillors to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Jones.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to speak against the motion, but we've all received some correspondence from residents concerned about the closing down of it, and I was just wondering if the officers could publicly explain why that is a challenge, and that the way forward is actually to commit the money to do the whole project at once rather than in part.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's obviously been quite a strong response. You know, we were very fortunate enough, and we worked very closely with Councillor Pauline Young in her area of Miami to keep the Miami pool open over that period of time, even though it was challenging over that process. That facility was quite different in relation to on a flat site, large areas of access, construction occurring from the back of the site, and plenty of space in and around that area to manage those construction sort of issues. It is not the same case with Palm Beach. We are talking about large-scale redevelopment of the site. Pretty much the only thing that's remaining is the footprint of the 50-metre pool and the updated plant that restores that. There are integration works with that pool, which will mean that will require interactions over that period of time, even if we could get safe egress and access to it. There is obviously a high school on one side and obviously an environmental reserve. The 50-metre pool is also at the rear of the site, so getting safe access through that construction area is very difficult, both in terms of equitable access, lighting provision for car parking, provision of car parking, which would have to be extremely remote to the site. There are major works with deep piling, civil works, and obviously we've got a car parking on basement, and basically most of the facilities provided on podium. So the level of construction works over the entire site is significantly different to what we experienced in Miami, and those works with the discussions through the period of time with the City Projects Unit and more recently with the designers and the subcontractors have continued to reinforce it will not be possible to retain access to the 50-metre pool over that period of time. We have obviously responded with updates more recently on the project webpage. There are a site plan reflecting the high-level representation of those constraints. There are some updated key messages there. We have also provided more recently a further response with the Gold Coast Bulletin, which aired yesterday. More than happy to provide a summarised version of those key messages and the updated site plan for all councillors. I'm happy to do that from this afternoon. But the reality will be, when that petition, if a petition does come forward, the officers will continue to be recommending that it's not possible to retain access to the mid 50 metre pool, and we just need to move forward as succinctly and purposefully as we can to get the pool completed and open to the community to sustain that facility for the next 50 years.
Okay, Councillor Jones.
Thank the officers for their response. I think the city has committed an enormous amount of money in the past to aquatic centres. Since I've been a councillor, we've invested in Southport. There's the enormous facility that's been created in the north of the city at Pimpamara. There's the works that have happened at Miami, and the smaller pools have also benefited. I think that out of all of that, we've got a really capable team of officers, and if they could have kept that pool operating, they would have, because they've shown that that's what they've tried to do in the past at both Miami and Southport. So I think that the community should be actually comforted by the fact that we have a whole lot of resource that's had experience in delivering fantastic aquatic centres. And as we move towards 2032, where we'll be co-hosting the Olympic Games, it makes sense that we continue to invest in this sector. And it might be, as the federal election comes up, Mr Mayor, there might be one or two federal members who are interested in helping the city by co-investing some federal funds into our aquatic centres, Mr Mayor.
Here, here. Just let me, is that a question or I just... I'll come to you to close, is that okay? Anyone want to speak against? Councillor McDonald is closed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We've had many meetings with the council officers, Councillor O'Neill and myself. In the early days, one of the questions that we did ask was the ability to allow the pool, existing pool, to be open whilst the construction took place. The officers undertook to take that away and investigate that, which they did. Came back and said it's going to be difficult, we don't know. We have asked them again to do that. They've come back and had a very, very thorough look at trying to keep that facility open. I know we're looking at a 2-year build, but that is a really big facility. The whole site will be a work site there, and it was just too dangerous to allow I think it's about 350,000 people pass through the gates each year. So we're looking at a lot of people that are using that facility, children, mums and dads, the whole families that use it with the school next door. So I think the outcome, even though it's not what the community wanted, at the end of the day, we're going to have a most fantastic facility that all can be proud of. Thank you.
Okay. Debate's closed, councillors. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Gates, Councillor Castro, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Jones, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Unanimous. Here, here. 16.6, transport infrastructure. We might as well go down one at a time. On that, someone like to move that? Move, Councillor Vorster, seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. 16.7, Local Area Works Program. Move, Councillor Pauline Young. Seconder, Councillor Vorster. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Area Works Program budget movements. Move, Councillor Pauline Young. Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Response to petition, residents of High Street, Southport. Councillor Patterson. Moved? Move. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Planning Environment. Gavin North. Investigation Area Project. Move, Councillor Peter Young. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Caldwell. Anyone speak for?
Very briefly, if you don't mind.
Yep,
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. We've obviously been through step one, and there's been some community engagement, and now I'm here to tell you that all the material is live on the web, so
good.
people can access that for both this and for the Highland Park Canoeing Investigation Area, which is the next item. I certainly commend this to Council and thank the community for their input, which we will be relying upon to guide us into the future. Thank you.
Anyone to speak against? Put the motion to you all in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Next one is Highland Park, same mover.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Peter Young, seconder. Councillor Caldwell. Sorry, Donna. Yeah, right. Yeah. Do you want to speak further? No.
Thank you, Mr.
Put the motion. Anyone to speak against? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Let's have a bit of water, waste and energy. Right, 1612. Someone like to move that one? Move, Councillor O'Neill, seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you all in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. City Solicitor, am I doing it right? Just want to check.
You are indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, gold star for Tom. 1613, Water Service Monthly. There we go. Move, Councillor O'Neill. Seconder, Councillor Caldwell. That's the signal, is it? Yeah. Anyone wish to speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. State government waste levy changes. Oh. Question, Councillor Owen Jones.
I had to do that a little bit like Councillor Critchley to slow you down, Mr. Mayor. So I had just had a question in regards to, there's a table there that shows how the net additional costs will increase significantly. I was just wondering, and the Director may want to take it on notice, if there is an opportunity for that to be illustrated in what that could mean at a domestic level, in if the levy is, or the shortfall is going to be real over the out to 2030, 31, what does that actually mean for the residents with their wheelie bin? So, because ultimately there's more than one person that's called it a wheelie bin tax, but I'd be very interested to see, based on your forecasts and numbers of wheelie bins, what that looks like, so that we can start using that figure to help explain to our state colleagues what it actually means. And Mr. Mayor, there's a second question.
No, you want to do one at a time? Director, he really wants to know this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will have to take that on notice, and we'll bring that back to committee.
Second question.
And that is, I think the state talks about how it is trying to encourage the investment into FOMO. I've always fear I'm missing out on the wrong one, Mr. Mayor. So, and I would be interested in knowing if the city has been approached by the state government in regards to any capital grants to help us reduce waste into our facilities.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not at this stage.
And the third one is in regards to the same topic. Has the city spent any dollars which the state would look at funding through any type of grant program to help reduce our waste going into landfill.
Director.
Mr Mayor, again, not particularly at this stage or associated with this initiative. The details of their recycling and jobs creation program have not been released, so we have not made any approaches or do not understand how we do access that. We did, however, receive in the last couple of years some state government funding that allowed us to implement additional recycling streets at a number of our waste and recycling centres, but nothing associated with this program that was announced late last year.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just on page 216 referring to the same table that Councillor Owen-Jones has previously referred to. And on that table, it gives us a 9-year or thereabouts plan, effectively costing in the vicinity of $140 million. There's a line on the third column that talks about all MSW tonnage no waste reduction measures. So my question is, the assumption in relation to that cost is taking into account that no resident in the city ultimately reduces the amount of general waste they dispose of. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct.
So that $140 million obligation on the ratepayer would definitely come down if we could demonstrate that more of our residents were utilising a green bin or a recycling bin instead of putting it in their general waste, because it's appropriate to put in those two bins, and also potentially introducing a food organics bin that could also transfer some of that general waste. So if we implement those things, it's fair to think that some of this tonnage might reduce.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. However, as we do highlight in the report, at a very initial pass-through, we've estimated that cost liability may reduce from about 140 down to about 70 million. So there would still be a net cost based on our current assumptions.
And so that information you've just provided to the council here, that 140 to 70, to what extent would we need to reduce our general waste tonnage into some of those other bins or some other waste mechanism? How much, could you give me a ballpark figure on what a household would need to shift in order to accommodate or to realise that $70 million saving?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in general terms, then it's about 50%.
Okay, thank you. That's a... so I know the council does quite a lot of analysis of what goes in a general waste bin, like a general waste wheelie bin. Do you think that's reasonable to think that 50% of what everyday residents put in their general waste bin could potentially be in one of those other options? Is that realistic?
Yes, absolutely, Mr Mayor. It is realistic. I won't quote the percentages.
But it'll take time though, right?
But we can certainly provide you that number.
That's great. Mr Mayor, everyone's got a good reason to use their bins properly and get a green bin at their house.
Is there any smart bin that it doesn't open up because it's the wrong stuff or something like that? I'll go for my left. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, just a quick comment on some of Councillor Tozer's comments, but while FOGO is an option, there's also a cost that comes with FOGO, so while it may reduce our waste levy costs, it could actually be possibly more expensive at the moment, so a big issue to tackle coming forward, but just to flag that FOGO will be hopefully part of the solution, but at the moment would actually add to the cost, and we'll have to address that somehow.
Yeah. Going for my left, Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just referring again to that table on page 216, we've obviously plugged in some assumptions through that. Could you, in that further information that comes out, if you would just explain why there is such a great difference, say, between the 25-26 year and the 26-27 year? I'm just struggling to see how, when everything filters down, it should incrementally move up in a fairly uniform way, I would have thought. And you can see that over that first 5 years, it bobbles up and down a little bit, and then there's something that happens that maybe we're not aware of that might explain the next couple of years. So if you could try and just flesh that out a bit more.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the immediate answer to that question is if you look up in the second row, the reduction between those 2 years in the levy that's payable reduces by 15%, whereas the year before it's only 10% and the year after it's only 10%. So that's why that one looks out of sequence.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Jones.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move it.
Oh, moved. Seconder. Councillor Peter Young.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think it's something that we all need to be really conscious of, because ultimately what the state has been clever enough to do is introduce a levy, and which is going up over the next 10 years, and then at the same time they introduced a rebate which is going down. And the only people that can fund the gap is the ratepayer, and they're either going to fund it by an increase in their rates, or they're going to fund it by reducing the amount of material that they put into landfills. So there's a real conscious effort that the city's going to need to do to ensure that people's rates don't go up outrageously because of the wheelie bin tax, I'll say it, is that we actually take all of our residents along with us in the journey in regards to trying to get some of that waste out of the landfill, because that's the only way that we're going to beat this state government carrot and stick approach, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Director, I wouldn't mind knowing that a small explanation note stuck onto each wheelie bin, how much that would cost. So it just remind ratepayers why it's costing and how they can help. Just take it on board for me.
How long it's wheelie been here?
Against the motion, councillors. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Carried. Unanimous. Now, energy management. Councillor O'Neill, move. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. You want to speak on it, Councillor O'Neill? No. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Carried. Unanimous. 1616. Move, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict I need to declare on this one.
Oh, okay.
Which the minute secretary should have. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy for it to be as per screen. It's just in line with my standard position when it comes to JJ Richards and contract negotiations and arrangements. So yeah. I'll be choosing to leave the room on this one.
On the screen, it's been declared before. Yeah. If you exit, we'll deal with the item. Who was voting? Did you move it, Councillor O'Neill? Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. The door's closed. So, anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Could you ask Councillor Hamill to return? He's gone. All right. Keep rolling then. 1617, move Councillor O'Neill. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. We now come to Governance, Administration and Finance, 1618. Councillor Vorster.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that item.
Moved by Councillor Vorster. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Okay, we'll just do a question first. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'd like to clarify whether this is a confidential item or not. It's listed as confidential at the top of the agenda, but it's on white pages. So I don't know whether it's meant to be an open or not.
All right. Not confidential? Not confidential.
Thank you.
That's why it's white, I guess.
Thank you. Okay, so I had a couple of questions about, about the penalty units. where within the report it mentions a maximum number of penalty units. Page 385 was the one I was looking at. But I wondered, there's no minimum penalty, and I just, through you, Mr. Mayor, wanted to know from the officers if we often issued fines or have we not had penalties available for these sorts of things before, and if we don't always issue the maximum penalty, what's the discretion around a minimum penalty, number of penalty units? Is that clear? That's mud.
Thank you. Well, you can issue a fine as long as it doesn't go past the maximum, I would have thought.
Right? Thank you. Through the Mayor, yes, you can issue a penalty infringement. It doesn't have to be the maximum. It is available to issue one rather than the maximum 2 penalty units if yours available.
Okay. I have a couple more.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also noticed in the report that we were going to delete the need for a licence from Lifestyle and Community for a number of different things. For example, for the keeping of roosters or bees, and a planning approval would still be necessary, I'm presuming, for those sort of activities, even though no licence from Community Services would be issued.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if there is a requirement to alter the use or zoning of the land, then there would be a planning requirement for it. If it doesn't materially alter the use of the land, then that wouldn't require something through planning. The reasoning for removing a number of those licences or permits as such under the animal management local law is the conditions still reside within the local law. It is just the requirement of assessing those conditions initially, whereas we can undertake that assessment if there was a complaint made. So we're still able to enforce any breaches that are identified, which just doesn't require the addition of a permit.
Okay, so if there were a noise complaint about a rooster, you could still follow through on that even though
Yes,
you hadn't issued
that's correct.
a licence. The only other one I wanted to query was the section that relates to protecting koalas. And I found it hard to read the koala mapping to see the extent of the koala mapping. And the report suggests that most of the properties that would be impacted already take the necessary steps. And I query that, how you would have that information. And I wondered about the impost and the extent of work necessary for people to comply with that that provision, which was 5.7.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What we've tried to do is provide options for anyone who is picked up in that mapping. So anyone who has a dog should be able to choose an option. There shouldn't be an onerous cost if, say, you had to wanted to exclude koalas from your property, then you may want to purchase some fencing type that would exclude koalas. But if you couldn't afford that cost, you would have an option to install something in the backyard that would allow or facilitate escape for that koala. So that may only be planting a tree next to the fence, or you may already have a fence that is easily climbable by koalas.
Okay, thank you, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Forster.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. With your leave, happy to open debate.
Yep. Any other questions? Questions closed. We're going to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to signal to the community that we are doing absolutely everything we can as a local government within the legislation that the state government has to protect amenity and to protect life. This is a wholesale reform of the way that this local law works, and it will afford us the opportunity to increase the penalties for irresponsible pet ownership and hopefully put in powerful deterrents for those doing the wrong thing. And that's something that Councillor Gates and many of my colleagues have championed with me. But Mr. Mayor, what it does is it does all of those things within the bounds of the state legislation. And it's important to know that the community will only be fully satisfied with this local law once the state government affords us the opportunity to make the local law that we want. So, for example, Mr. Mayor, we're still not able to introduce a financial penalty for animals involved in an attack. We're limited by legislation, which allows us merely to declare an animal as being menacing or dangerous, or to euthanise the animal. We're working as a council together with the LGAQ to try and pursue those reforms. But this is an important step that we can take as a community when we turn up to a neighbourhood watch meeting, when we're dealing with victims of attack, to say that we've done absolutely everything we can in the space. Mr Mayor, but it's not just about the stick. There are also plenty of carrots on offer. And what this reform of the local law does is it streamlines the way that we register and manage animals in this city. It'll provide certainty, it will provide clarity, and my great hope is it will actually propel or encourage people to adhere to the laws, because they will be simpler and easier to understand, and matched with a public education campaign to make sure people understand their obligations. I really want to thank the city officers who have been involved in the development of this. It has required many limbs of this organisation to deliver on these reforms, from legal, from our animal management team to city officers working in the regulation space. It's been all-encompassing. And what was most encouraging, Mr Mayor, is that we had a councillor workshop and we dealt with the issue of chickens. And it might seem like a banal issue, but they can cause significant amenity issues. Yes. And what city officers did in good faith was actually take on board the feedback that we had as community representatives to craft a local law that responds to community aspirations. So, Mr Mayor, through you to the city officers, can I just thank you for an incredible process? Can I thank Councillor Gates for strong advocacy in this space? And Mr Mayor, can I thank you for your ongoing support that's enabled us to carry up the fight with the LGAQ. And to my colleagues, what we need to be doing is to push this message out into the community that we've done everything that we can, but the state government still needs to go that one step further. Thank you.
All right, anyone speak against that fine speech? No. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, in your absence recently, I was asked to do some media on dogs on leashes. And I wanted to clarify, we worked from my memory at the time, and I thought that this local law had already gone to the state government. And so in the media that I did, I mentioned our desire to lift the penalty for dogs off leash from 1 penalty unit to 4 penalty units, which means what we're proposing within this is to lift the fine to about $550 so that we discourage anyone from letting their dog off leash in a public space. I did suggest that it was with the state government during that media, and it wasn't. So I just wanted to put that on the record that I was mistaken in that media in what I said.
Easy to do. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think that's an interesting thing to have on the public record, Mr Mayor. I don't think we've had that before.
A mistake from me.
Yeah, it's a mistake from Councillor Gates. Mr Mayor, I think it's actually really important that getting this through is actually going to take time. So we're subject to the state reviewing it in the first instance, and hopefully when they come back, July we'll go out to public consultation, and then we'll finally get there in October. So I would encourage us all to, as Councillor Vorster has said, to make sure that we engage with our community when it does come back from the state, because I think we're genuinely after better outcomes than what we have under our current local law. It just takes so long to get there.
Okay. Right. If there's no one wants to speak against, I'll close the debate, then we'll put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. November monthly financial report. Move, Councillor Jones. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Any question? Oh, okay.
Just to throw everyone out a bit. Yeah, I know. Actually, it really relates to the second of these reports in December, but we've obviously changed the format of these reports a little bit, and I think is this the first two that have come through in this new format?
To Mayor, I think we've had a couple since then, but it's really providing some more information, and we're going to embellish the commentary in the next few too. So,
so as I said, Mr Mayor, the question relates to the tracking of the the capital expenditure.
Yep.
And we don't have that comparison to where we would have been sitting at, say, this time last year. So it's a bit hard for us to determine what would be expected as being good performance at the halfway point of the year. But obviously, in the second of these reports, we then get the 6-monthly trend, which is that we're at 30% of CapEx, which seems maybe a little bit low. And so I just wondered whether, through you to Joe, perhaps there was any comparable data without me going back through previous reports as to how we had previously tracked
Joe,
at the 6-monthly mark.
Just circulate it, mate. I'm sure you've got it.
It is actually on page 5. We'll circulate it.
Sorry, what was it?
Oh, it's on page 532.
Yeah.
There's a paragraph, but we'll circulate it, Mr Mayor, and we'll make sure it's very clear in the next reports.
Okay. Right. We've got a motion afoot. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. We go to December. Move, Councillor Owen Jones, second to Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Worcester.
For 16.20, I'm happy to second it if that's what you're asking.
Oh, no. Councillor Peter Young's got in there. You got a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just wonder what the effective date of this report is, please. Like, what is the cut-off by which everything is measured? Thank you.
31st of December, Mr Mayor.
Oh, thanks.
So this is a little bit old because of the cancellation of committee meetings.
Only asked because I noticed that under one of the items were Conservation and Environment, page 533, there's no acquisition listed, but I know that that acquisition did take place in December, so maybe the transaction takes place sometime
January.
after.
Sometime it's settlement date is settlement date.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous? No. What's happened? You're for the...
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was already at 16.21, Mr Mayor.
All right, and you want to move it?
No, I'd like to go to closed if that's possible,
Okay.
Mr Mayor.
Is there a seconder? Oh, conflict. Okay, before we close, let's hear the conflict of interest.
Mr Mayor, the same conflict of interest as before because this matter relates to the previous one in the water and waste section, so exactly the same wording, and I'll be leaving the room for this matter again.
Yeah, I'll give you leave to the rest of it because it's the last item. If you want to, you can keep going if you want, unless you want to come back in for coffee.
I'll come back in afterwards, Mr Mayor, quickly.
All right.
That's all right.
All good.
I'm sure Herman's going to let you go.
I'm not sure the mayor will take it.
All right, we're going to close. Move, Councillor Owen Jones. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. All been commercial in confidence. That's what if you haven't filled that in, it's all commercial in confidence. Thank you. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Owen Jones. Welcome back. All right. Go to Councillor Vorster to move the motion.
Yep.
I'll go to move the motion first. Okay. Don't have to be pretty, just is that 2A and then 2B? And then the next one's 3, am I right?
Mr Mayor, we should have a 1 as is, 2 as proposed by city officers, which was the original 1. My added words, which should be 2A and then 3. So, Mr Mayor, just from what I understand, what is currently 1A should be 2. And the paragraph below that should be 2A rather than B. So the top one should be 2. Yep, just plain 2. My added word should be 2A, or rather just A. And then the second 2 can simply be 3.
Yeah, don't worry about fixing it up. Okay, moved by Councillor Vorster. And that's meant to be a 3 down the bottom, right? Like I said, don't worry about the prettiness of it. Let's just record it. And Councillor Tozer, did you second that, or?
I did second it.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't mind understanding why the. I can't name what we're talking about. But is there grounds? Is there any particular grounds?
But if you're happy with seconding it, we can move on.
I'm happy to second it. I know what it is, but I can't say it because it's on confidential papers.
Yeah. Okay.
So my question is, sorry, Mr. Mayor. My question is through you to Councillor Vorster. Could he provide some insight into why we've taken that little bit out, even though we can't talk about it?
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Mann, through you to Councillor Tozer. I think today we've established that we all have an interest in efficient service delivery, and when I read through the city's contracting plan, I saw that we were proposing to enter into a new contract for something which I think would affect most of our communities. And when I asked for some more information connected with that contract, it was clear that there may be some delineation issues between 2 directorates, which may not be yielding the most efficient outcome for those who have to deliver the infrastructure and those who have to replenish and maintain the infrastructure. By taking this contract out of the delegation pool, we have an opportunity as a council, through the Lifestyle and Community Committee, to make sure that the way in which the service is delivered to our residents, even those who can't vote, is as efficient as possible, because it's perhaps the rather high cost that frustrates our ability to deliver more of these facilities where there may be need. Gotcha. Sorry.
Okay, so the motion's afoot.
For the interest of councillors, we are on page 547, which is on, I appreciate it's white, but it's technically confidential.
Yeah. And
it's the last item on that page. If you want to look at what we're talking about.
Should we pause?
All right.
Do you want us to pause for a little while?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I probably should have been more specific when I asked my question about the location so everyone else could follow, but 547, it's the bottom item, and I think, yeah.
Councillor Vorster, you want to add further?
No, at risk of causing a stink. Thank you.
All right.
This one's in the bag.
Dear. Look, we've got to bring it to an end. My pocky's finished. So, Councillor Owen-Jones. Oh, we're going to the vote? Okay then. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Could you ask Councillor Hamill to return, please, officer? Let's get him in first.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question of the committee reports that were distributed? When those items come back to a future committee that we didn't deal with today in the council meeting, will they all be reissued or should we retain them? I'm assuming we can throw them out. We don't have to keep the old.
I think this is part of this now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they'll be reissued, but I'm not quite sure there's too many of them.
But if the items are resolved at full council,
That's the end of them.
Effectively dealt with all those.
Correct. Yeah, I understand.
Agendas.
But you know, right. Welcome back, Councillor Hamill. Meeting closed. 2:33.
Had to enjoy your first one.
Oh, you can, but I'm going.